Hello everyone, I'm Maria. If you have a CV or you are a university student and don't have any CV, I'll teach you in this course to create a professional and creative CV template in Figma. Everyone, including business owners or university managers, enjoy your CV and it looks different.
I'll teach you the principle of creating a CV
To create CV for others and earn much money.
Anyone with any job needs a CV. All the university students need to have CV, even if they don't have any special skill.
They can introduce their field of interest, aptitudes, and abilities to the world.
Besides creating a CV, you'll also learn Figma at the end of the course.
You can do many small and large projects and have amazing income.
To create a CV, I first teach you its principle. We'll design the basic format of the CV.
Don't worry, I'll teach you Figma from the very beginning.
Then add animation. Finally, I'll teach you how to share it with others. Whenever and wherever one wants you to present your CV, you just need to give them the design file link in Figma.
So they can view your creative CV in every device.
And even you can print it easily and present it in paper.
So let's start.
First, go to official website of Figma, figma.com, or you can search Figma in Google. The first website is the official website of Figma. We can use Figma online or offline. For example, if we install Figma application on Windows, we do not need internet. And if open Figma on browser, we will use Figma online. I recommend you to use Figma web application. I have two reasons for it. If you install Figma on your laptop and its hard drive is going to fail, or it is lost or stolen, then the projects you did in Figma will be lost forever. Whereas in web application, your files remain forever. The second reason is that if you are out of home in a party or go to travel, you can enter web application and do your projects anywhere, anytime. So, in my opinion, use Figma web application. In next session, I will teach you to use Figma online and offline. Okay friends, in this session, we register in Figma website. Click on Get Started. And if you already created an account on Figma, enter your email and password and login. And if you didn't create any account, click on Create Account. Here, there is an option that lets you register in Figma by your Gmail. I guess this way is better. And then click on Continue with Google. And here, a list of your emails will be displayed. Select the email which you want to register in Figma and wait till Figma shows you this part. It will want you to explain about yourself. Tell us about yourself. You can write your name here. You can write any name you want. It is written here. What kind of work do you do? Student or educator, if you are a student or you teach. Or other, if your intended alternative is not in the list. Okay, I select student or educator. And here, I choose how I want to use Figma. Well, you select for personal use, and also this, I agree to join Figma's mailing list. It is possible to not select this one, It doesn't matter. We click on Create Account. Wait for your account to be created. It tells you here, tell us about your team. I will explain about team leader. So click on Do This Leader. Here, it wants you to select a plan. If you select Starter Plan, it is free and you can create your project in Figma. And when you earn money or are employed in a company, you can use Professional Plan. In this case, you have to pay monthly to Figma. To start, you'd better select Starter and click on Start for free. If you are professional in Figma and are doing different projects, and you want to do your projects in Figma henceforth, do not select Start for free, in my opinion. I select this one to start. Here it says, what would you like to do first? Figma website provides us with two products, Figma and FigJam. For now, in this course, we have nothing to do with FigJam. We work on Figma. But now, I don't want to start to design. Click on I'll get started on my own to enter Figma like this. Well, as you see, we entered Figma web application, and in next session, we will learn more about this application. To download Figma app, search Figma download in Google and click on the first website displayed to you. Here, you can download Figma for desktop app for Mac OS, or desktop app for Windows. You can also download Figma for mobile, Figma for iOS, or Figma for Android. I downloaded desktop app for Windows. I have this file, Figma setup. I double-click on the file. It will open like this. It is written here, login with browser. Or if you don't have an account, create one. I click on login with browser. That it opens in my browser like this. My email has been written here and it says you can log in by this email. Well, I click on open the desktop app, and here I let it to send my information to the application. Okay, as you see, we installed the Figma application, and in this way, we can use Figma on Windows. In this session, we will learn about Figma user interface. We start from this top left side. Here, your email is displayed. If you click on this icon, as you see here, the list of emails will be displayed to you. I currently registered with an account, so an email will be shown to me. I may have several accounts and my accounts will be shown here. This section connects me to Figma community. I currently have nothing to do with community, and I will explain it to you in next session. Here is a search box which I will explain later. This Explore community connects me to the community, and I can search my intended contents in community. Now I have nothing to do with community. This section is notifications and displays list of messages. It shows list of messages sent to me, and now we have nothing to do with it. Here, as you see, if you click, your email is shown first. And at the bottom, internal profile will give me some information on my profile. If I click on it, it tells me what I did on which files and which projects. That, for now, we have nothing to do with it because we have not worked on any files. In plugin section, there are some plugins which I installed on Figma. We didn't currently use any plugins, so we leave it. If I click on settings, here the first tab is account, that the account's name is written, and I can rename it. In this way, we can change its name and click on save. Note that it changes the account name, not your email. Your email is permanent and cannot be changed anymore. If you want, you can add your photo from here, and by clicking on edit, select your favorite photo and use it as your account photo. We have nothing to do with other sections for now. The second tab is community, which I explain later. In notification section, I choose it to be emailed to me. If I remove this tick, it will not be emailed to me and it is only displayed in this section. I keep this tick to notification being sent to my email. The next session is plugin which we haven't used it yet. So I close it. I will also teach you theme later. You can install Figma application on your desktop from here. By clicking on it, the file will be downloaded. To add another account, you will click on Add Account. And in this section, at the page opens, you can register with another Gmail and use Figma. If you have Yahoo account, you can enter your email here and then password and login. If you didn't still create an account, you can create one from here. For example, by your Yahoo email. Logout makes you to exit your account. If I click on logout, I don't have any account anymore and I cannot open Figma. I have to log in first. In this session, I will teach you recent and drafts. If you click on recent, it will show you all the files you recently worked on them. Recently viewed shows you the files which you recently opened and edited. Here we have new design file that if we click on it, a Figma design file will be created and we can start designing. The new FigJam file will create a FigJam design file, but now we don't work on it. Import file will let us to import a file into Figma from outside. For example, one of the teammates gives you a design file and you put it on your Windows, and by clicking on import file, you will import that file into Figma. Drafts shows you all the files which are your project. The ones you are doing now, your active projects. We haven't created a project yet. I click on new design file. A Figma file will be created. Its name is Untitled. Well, we have nothing to do with any of the parts here. I click on Main menu and then back to Files. As you see, this file has been created for me. Its name is Untitled and here it is written, edited just now. Because we opened this file less than a minute ago. This time will change. We will observe it. I create another file as well and rename it. If you double click on Untitled, I rename it to Test and press Enter. The file name changed to Test. I returned and here the test file has been placed. It is written here, edited 1 minute ago. We have currently created these two files and it shows them. In the last session, we created these two files, test file and untitled file. At the left side, here, favorite files will be placed. The files which are our favorite or we need much, and by putting them here, we can easily select them because the number of files may increase later and we need to put some files in favorite files. As an example, I want to add test file to favorite files. I click on this star icon. My file will be added to favorite files. And if I click on star icon again, my file will be removed from favorite files. I can right click on test file and click on add to your favorite. No difference. It is same as clicking on this star again. And my file will be placed in favorite file. I can add untitled file to favorite file too, so that both files are placed here. We can change the order of this file. If I hold left click on this icon, I can change the files order like this. In this session, we will learn about search box. For example, assume that I have several files here and I want to find the test file. In search box, I write test. It is written files here means that in the files you created on Figma web application, I found the file name test that is the one we were looking for. Here is community and it says that some files were found in community, which are same as the word you searched. See 97 more community files. 97 files are in community that are similar to the word you are looking for. But I want this test file which I myself created. So in files, I click on test and it opens. I return to files. In search box, you can search between the files you have or you can find your teammates as well. Here we have filter. All files were chosen. We can choose to show only design files, means that Figma files or FigJam files. Here FigJam files will be placed and Figma files will not be displayed. I set filter on all files. In sort, we can choose how these files being arranged. Alphabetical, in this case, first F letter, then T, and finally U will be displayed. Date created It will arrange the files according to the date created. If I created a file today and a file last week, it would show me the file created today first and then the file related to last week, last modified. It will arrange the files according to the last modification. For example, I opened test file 24 minutes ago, so it shows this file first. I opened untitled file 26 minutes ago, so I have test file first and then untitled file. The difference between last modified and date created is obvious. Date created is only the date of creating the file, and it is not related to when that file opened. But last modified is not related to the date of creating the file, and only the time that you click on that file is important. If you created the file last month, but you open it today and designing the file, then that file will be placed at the top of the list. In order section, you can specify the order of arranging the files. For example, if we select alphabetical, F letter is first and U is last. However, here we can specify the order to be Z to A instead of A to Z. Means that from last to the first. In this case, F letter will be placed at the last. And the same for last modified, oldest first or newest first. Here also you can specify how your files to be seen. If you select Show as Grid, the files will be displayed as a grid, which is active as default. And if you click on Show as List, your files will be displayed as a list. You can choose between these two kinds of showing the files: Show as Grid or Show as List. You can duplicate the files which are important to you. For example, if test file is important to me, I can make a copy of it. I right-click on the file and click on Duplicate. A file named Test Copy has been created. And this file has the same content as the test file, and both are the same. I right-click on one of the files, open file, open a new tab. For example, it opens in a new tab like this. Add to your favorites, adds files to favorite list. We currently have nothing to do with copy link and also share. I explained duplicate to you. It makes copy. Rename. I will explain move file to you later. Delete. I don't need test file, so I delete it. As you see, it is not seen anymore. But the deleted file will be placed in deleted section. These files can be restored. Means that I can right-click here and click on Add to your favorites and add this file to the favorites or duplicate to drafts. In this case, my file will be placed in drafts in addition to deleted section. But if I want the file to return to drafts and be removed from deleted, I click on Restore. As you see, my file has been removed from deleted and placed in drafts. Here, I delete this file again we have it in deleted section. By right-clicking on the file, I can click on Delete Forever, which deletes the file forever. When selecting this option, Figma will ask me, are you sure you want to delete test copy forever? You won't be able to get it back. I can choose to delete file forever. So this file has been deleted and I cannot restore it anymore. In this session, I teach you theme. On top right side, there is a section. Theme here. Theme includes light and dark. Light theme, according to its name, has more light colors and white can be seen in most sections. Dark theme has less white and more dark colors. Dark theme seems to be less tiring on the eyes, and you'd better use dark theme in long term so as not to bother your eyes, because light theme has a lot of light and also white color, so it may bother your eyes in long term and be tiring on your eyes. The third item is system theme. Means that it determines to be light or dark according to your system. For example, if you select light in your system, Figma will be light as well. And if you select dark, it will be dark. Now, my system theme is light. So you see that Figma is light. After creating a file, I click on New Design Files. As you see, this section and these two are white. The color name of this middle section is Canvas and it is not fully white, but it is a light color. I return here. Now I change the theme to dark. Again, I create a file. As you see here, the colors are dark. Note that if you change the theme and open a file with light theme, the theme of these two sections is dark. But in the middle section, which is canvas, its color is light. I will teach you in next sessions how to change the color as well. Now we don't work on color section and we will return to it later. And I will explain to you about different sections of this page. In this session, I first created Figma design file. I click on New Design File. Here we have 4 sections. This top side is toolbar. It has some tools which we will learn in next sessions. On the left side, we have left sidebar and it is used for the layers and pages, which we will learn in next sessions. Here we design whatever we want and its name is Canvas. Right sidebar is on the right. And let us to edit some designs, and it is also used in prototype and inspect, which we will learn in next sessions. In this session, I want to teach you the layers. Whatever you design in Canvas is a layer. To be able to better teach you the layers, I first create a shape. I click on rectangle in toolbar and hold left in Canvas, and in this way I create a rectangle. Here it is written layers and our layers will be listed here. Rectangle 1 layer has been created. If I click on the blank in canvas, the layer will be deselected. And if I click on the layer, my layer will be selected. I can reposition the layer. We have x-axis and y-axis. To reposition this layer, we have some tools on sidebar. If design is active here, we can change x and y. If I change x value, for example, set it on 150, this rectangle will move to right. And if I reduce its value, it will move to left, like this. The same for y-axis. I can set it on 100 to be placed here like this. Or if I set it on 300, it will be moved upward. From here, I can also reposition this layer on y-axis. For example, I can set it on 0 and press enter. As you see, it will be placed like this. If I select the layer and reposition it like this, x and y will change together. We have another way to reposition too. We hover over X ladder. Hold left click and move the mouse to left and right. So we can easily change X value. The same for Y. We can change its value in this way. We can also reposition the layer by keyboard. We can use arrow keys in this way, as you see. Well, in this session, we learned X and Y axes. In next session, we will learn width and height. In this session, I will teach you how to change the width and height of a layer. First, I create a rectangle. If you hover over any sides of the rectangle, you can change their width and height. In this way, I can change the width. I can change the height by these two sides. On right sidebar, if design is active, we have W and H. W stands for width and H for height. From here, we can also change the width, and by H, we can change the height. We can also change its value, for example, 300 by 500. Also, we can click here and by arrow keys on keyboard. Up and down, we can change W or H. On each corner of the rectangle, there are some handles in a square shape by which we can change the width and height at the same time. As you see, width and height are changed together. I want to teach you a point. If I set W on 100 and H on 200, this rectangle will be like this. Okay, it is also written 100 by 200. Means that the width is 100 and the height is 200. The first number is W and the second one is H. Well, I want the rectangle height to be twice the width, means that if I set the width on 200, the height would be 400. Figma has tool, its name is Constraint Proportions. By activating this tool and changing the width, we can see it is always half the height. If we change the width or the height is always twice the width. In this way, you can see that at the same time as the width changes, the height also changes. Or if I change the height, the width will also change. I can deactivate Constraint Proportions, and in this case, I will be able to change the width and height together without keeping the dimension ratio. Well, in this session, I first create 2 rectangles. In these sessions, my goal is that you learn the layers. So, I use only rectangle. But in next sessions, I will teach you the other shapes in Figma. Now, our goal is learning the layers. Well, we have 2 rectangles. As you see on left sidebar, the name of the first rectangle is rectangle 1 and this one is rectangle 2. If we create another rectangle, it will be rectangle 3. We can hide these layers. You will see a visibility icon in front of the layer name, which is like an eye. And if I click on visibility icon, this layer will be completely hidden and I cannot select it anymore. I can click on visibility icon again and see my layer. We can select all 3 layers and reposition them, or we can hide all layers from here. When we hover over the name of a layer, it shows us where this layer is already placed. As you see, it shows the position of layers. I can lock these layers. Now I can move this layer, but if I lock it, it won't move anymore. While doing the project together, you will learn which layers you should lock and which ones shouldn't. Okay, I like these layers. Note that if I select all these layers, these 2 layers won't be selected because they are locked. Only this layer is selected because it isn't locked. I also unlock other layers. To rename the layer, we can double-click on the name of the layer and rename it. Or we can right-click on the layer and click on rename. In this way, we can easily rename the layers. You can also select a layer and press Ctrl R on the keyboard and rename the layer. In this session, I teach you how to duplicate the layer. Means that how to make a copy of a layer. Okay, I select the rectangle and recreate one. The name of the layer is rectangle 1. I click on the layer to select it. I press Ctrl D. A new layer named rectangle 2 has been created. But now we see only one rectangle here. It is because the rectangle 1 is over rectangle 2, and we can easily reposition the rectangle 2 layer and see both layers. We can duplicate this layer again and change its width and height. Another way to duplicate a layer is holding Alt and drag the layer. You can see that it has been duplicated in this way, and we can have different layers quickly. Well, I delete these layers. I duplicate rectangle 1 and place the new layer above the previous layer. I want to have a distance here, and the second layer named rectangle 2 is placed above rectangle 1. I press Ctrl D, and as you see, these layers are duplicated regularly. This distance is maintained for all of them. Well, in this way, we can set them like steps. Hi friends! In this session, I will teach you to change the color of a layer. I create a rectangle. On right sidebar, I taught you the position and also the size. I will teach you these two tools later. Here we can make some changes on our layer that I will teach you next session. And finally, fill. Here you can change the color of the layer. Here it is written color code hexadecimal. The standard of color code has 6 characters. Black is 6 zeros, it is full black. And white is 6F. For example, red will be FF and 4 zeros. As you see, it changed to red. However, in this course, we have nothing to do with the different standards of color codes. We can easily click on this square and select our desired color. For example, we can select green in this way or blue, and red like this. We do not need to memorize the color code. Here, if you pay attention, it is written X, which stands for hexadecimal. And here we can assign color code. Here we can select some other types which we currently have nothing to do with it. Here we have document colors which will show the colors that are in this canvas. For example, black and red. This color and red. For example, if I make it green and select the layer again and click on fill, you will see that it says dark color and green. Here you can change the opacity. I will teach you the opacity next session. You can close it, and as you see, by remove icon, you can remove this color. Now your shape is here, but without any color. Note that it has not been hidden. Means that this shape is visible, but doesn't have any color. Here, using this icon, we can assign a color to the rectangle. That this color will be assigned to it by default. We can specify whether this color is visible. If we make the color hidden, Our color isn't visible, but the layer still exists. In this session, I teach you the opacity. Create two rectangles. I assign red to rectangle 1. On right sidebar, fill section, we can select red. And I assign green to rectangle 2. If I select rectangle 1 and want to place it over rectangle 2, it is not possible. As you see, rectangle 1 is not placed over rectangle 2. It is because on left sidebar, layer section, rectangle 1 is at the back of rectangle 2. I can drag rectangle 1 and place it over rectangle 2. As you see, now rectangle 1 is over rectangle 2. We can select rectangle 2 and right click and click on bring to front. As you see, rectangle 2 has been placed over rectangle 1. Or we select rectangle 2, right click and select send to back. So it has been placed at the back of rectangle 1. Well, what is opacity? I select rectangle 1. On right sidebar, there is a section named layer that here it is written a number 100%. If I reduce this number, for example, 50%, you will see that back of rectangle 1 is seen and rectangle 2 is clear. For example, if I enlarge rectangle 1 like this, you will see that rectangle 2 is seen. If I reduce the opacity, this layer is barely visible. Opacity is 0 to 100. If I set this value on 0, you will see that the layer isn't visible anymore. It is not hidden, only we don't see it. It exists in Canvas. Here, if you pay attention, my layer is visible. If you set opacity on 100, you will see that rectangle 2 is not visible anymore. From here, we can also specify if this layer is hidden or visible. We can also hide the layer using this icon, and if we click on it again, the layer is visible. This tool is on left sidebar. We have an opacity here as well. This opacity determines the color we assign to the layer. If I set it on 50, you will see that rectangle 2 is visible and opacity layer is the same. However, opacity layer considers the whole layer, but this opacity is especially for the color. And if you assign several colors to the layers, you can specify how the opacity of each color is. But if we set opacity on 100, and from here we consider opacity as 10, you will see that 100% opacity doesn't have any effect, and the opacity of the whole layer was reduced. Okay, we set it on 100. By clicking on this square, you can also change the opacity like this. Select your desired color and change its opacity. In this session, I will teach you the stroke. Create a rectangle. There is stroke after fill. If you click on the word stroke or this icon, this stroke will be created as you see, but it is not well visible because the canvas background is black and our stroke is also black. I changed the color of the stroke to red. As it is clear here, a red stroke has been created. To be visible more, I increase the size of the stroke. Now you can see the stroke better. We can change the opacity of the stroke. For example, 50%, but I set it on 100%. We can hide the stroke or display it like this. If we click on this icon, the stroke will be deleted. It is written here inside, means that the stroke is placed inside that shape. If I increase stroke size, you will see that it increased toward inside. I set the stroke size on 1 and select outside. Now, if I increase stroke size, it increases toward outside. If I set it on center, the half of stroke size will increase toward inside and half toward outside. In this session, we will learn effects. On right sidebar, Effects tab, if you click on Effects, it will create drop shadow. Effects include 4 effects. We will learn them in this and next sessions. By default, drop shadow is created. On the left side of drop shadow, there is effect settings. By clicking on it, you can specify here that how this shadow is placed relative to x-axis. First, let me to make the shadow color red. I increase its opacity a little. Now, if I increase X, you will see that the shadow is placed like this. I can change the shadow relative to y-axis. If I increase blur, you will see that this shadow becomes blur. Spread is related to expansion of this shadow. Here is opacity, and we can set opacity on 100 and reduce the blur amount. The less the blur, the less natural the shadow. And if we increase it, you will see that the corners are not sharp. Okay friends, in last session we assigned drop shadow to this layer. As you saw, the shadow was placed outside of the layer. If we select inner shadow instead of drop shadow, the shadow will be placed inside the layer. If we click on Effect Setting, you see that it is exactly same as previous one, and we can change this value or change its color like this. So, inner shadow assign shadow toward inside and drop shadow moves it toward outside. In this session, we will learn layer blur. First, let me tell you a point. You can click on Add and assign an effect to your layer at the same time. For example, I assign another effect to the layer, and as you see, we have 2 shadows on the layer. We can specify that drop shadow is not visible. or inner shadow is hidden. We can also remove both. Well, I select layer blur. By doing so, the whole layer will be blurred. We can change the blur amount. We click on Effect Settings and increase this number. The more you increase this number, the more the blur you have. And if you reduce this value, you will see that the blur will be decreased. Okay friends, in this session we want to learn background blur. We select this layer and in Effects tab, we assign background to it. Well, as the name suggests, this blur will be assigned to the background. Let me reduce the opacity of the layer to 50% using Fill tab. Now, I place this layer over to others. If I remove background blur, you will see that the layers at the back of this layer are visible. And also, the corners of each layer will be seen. Now, we want to blur this layer so that the layers at the back are seen blurry. So on Effects tab, I select Background Blur and on Settings, I increase it. As you see now, the layers at the back of this layer are seen blurry. The corners are not sharp, so that if I remove background blur, you will see that these corners are clearly visible without any blur. In this session, I will teach you the shapes. The first shape we learn is rectangle. We can click on rectangle and draw one here. If you hold down Shift while resizing, the width and height will be changed together. Let me delete it. I select the rectangle one more time. If I hold down Shift, I can draw a square. And by not holding down Shift, you can draw a rectangle. On the right sidebar, we learn these items together. Now we can do rotation on the rectangle. In this way, we can change the angle of our shape. We can specify the angle here. For example, 60. If you hover over one of the corners of the rectangle, you can change the angle of rectangle like this. If you hold down Shift while changing the angle, the rotation will increase successively by 15. And this lets you reach your desired angle sooner. There is also a tool named Corner Radius, by which we can round the corners of the rectangle. As you see here, there are 4 handles in circular shape, and by taking them, we can round the corners of the rectangle. By holding down Alt, we can change the corner radius independently. As you see, it is written mixed here because the radius of corners are different. For example, I can set the top left corner on 0, top right corner on 200, bottom right corner on 0, and bottom left corner on 200. As you see, in this way, I change the corners of this shape. Next session, we will learn the next shape. In this session, I will teach you line. By clicking on this icon, the list of shapes will be shown to you. I click on line. You can also press L on keyboard. Well, we can create a line like this. By holding down Shift on keyboard, you can create a straight line. I created this line, but it is not visible because the canvas background is black. If you click on the empty area so that no layer is selected, then on right sidebar, you can change the canvas background and set any color you want. I don't change the background and select line. On the right sidebar, stroke tab, we can change its color and then resize the stroke. You can change the line width using this handle which is at the line endpoint, or this one which is at its start point. Here you can specify how the endpoint of the line is. It is as an arrow, triangle, arrow, or reverse triangle, or circle arrow, and the next is diamond arrow. You can also specify that the endpoint is round or square. I zoom in on this line. You can change zoom level by Ctrl and mouse scroll. We can specify it is round or square. I select triangle arrow here. For the start point, I select reverse triangle. In this way, we created this shape. In next session, we will learn other shapes. You will learn later how to use these shapes in your projects and create a beautiful design. I just focus on teaching you the shapes briefly. In this session, we create an arrow. I click on this icon, select arrow. We can press Shift and L as well. In this way, we create an arrow. I change the stroke color and also resize it. Here, we can specify endpoint and start point. By clicking on Swap Start End, the position of endpoint and start point will be changed together, like this. If we set start point on none, it will be exactly one line. In this session, you will learn ellipse. I select ellipse or press O on the keyboard. By holding down Shift, you can create a circle. If you don't hold down Shift, you will create an ellipse. In this way, it is difficult to create a full circle. We can make the width and height of the ellipse equal to change it to circle. For example, 500 and 500. Now it is a circle. From here, we can rotate the ellipse. However, maybe we don't realize its angle change. The name of this handle is arch. By this handle, we can specify what amount of the ellipse remains. For example, half of ellipse or 1/4. We can lessen an ellipse from inside of our main ellipse. We can also connect this to our shape and create such shape. We learned ellipse this session. Work with these handles and try to make creative designs. I click on this icon and select polygon. I can easily create a triangle. Here we can increase its sides. For example, I can create a pentagon. By this handle, we can round the corners and apply corner radius on our shape. By this handle, we can also increase or reduce number of sides. You can set corner radius on 0 and apply rotation on your shape. I hold down Shift and easily set rotation on 90 degree. And then you can create a circle and in this way make different designs. In this session, I will teach you a star. Here you can select a star. By holding down Shift, a star with the same width and height will be created. Even if you don't hold Shift, you can create a star with any width or height. I prefer my star to have the same width and height. For example, 1400 by 1400. We can specify how many sides it has. By ratio, we can change the star shape like this. I will design the Mercedes-Benz logo for you. As you see, it is a star with 3 sides. So we write 3 here and it will be like this. If it is upside down, for example like this, we can reverse the shape by rotation. Here it has a circle, but we can reduce ratio like this and also place a circle here. Well, I draw an ellipse by holding Shift. Also by opacity, I can check whether the circle size is good. I guess this amount is proper. I set opacity on 100 and as you see, we have created Mercedes-Benz logo in this way. In this session, I will teach you to use image in Figma. For example, in this website, I select this image. I want to use this image in Figma. I right-click, click on Copy Image, and press Ctrl-V in Figma. As you see, this image will be placed. The layer name is Image 1. I delete this layer, right-click, click on Save as Image, and save this image. In Figma, I can drag this image to be placed for me. Or I can click on Place Image or Video. I can select my image. Figma wants me to determine width and height. For example, I place this image like this. My image hasn't been placed completely and some parts of the image aren't visible. I can change the width and height of the image. On right sidebar, Fill tab, I click on this square. Here, I can decide how my image is seen. If I select Fit, my image will be seen completely relative to this width and height that I determined. But there may be some empty area. If I select Fill, the image will be zoomed and placed inside that width and height. And there is no empty area anymore. If I select Crop, I can determine which parts of the image is shown and cropped. I press Enter and the image will be seen as much as I determined and the rest will be removed. If I select Tile, my images will be placed regularly beside each other relative to this width and height I determined. As you see, we have 4 images next to each other, and if I increase its height, you will see that we have 6 of these images. The more we change the width and height, the more images are placed next to each other. In this session, I will teach you shortcuts which are very useful. In Canvas, we have 4 ellipses, but we cannot see these ellipses well. If we hold Ctrl on the keyboard and scroll, we can change the zoom level. The zoom amount has been written on top right side. I can change zoom level in this way. We can click here, zoom in and zoom out. If we click on zoom to fit, all layers will be seen well. Here we can change zoom level to 50%, 100%, or 200%. In order to navigate in Canvas, we hold the space, and by dragging, we can navigate in Canvas. Note that the position of this doesn't change. I only specify which parts of Canvas is seen and which ones not. If you want to navigate upward or downward, you can do it by mouse scroll. If you want to navigate to right or left, hold down Shift and scroll. As you see, we can navigate to right or left. If we click on this icon, we can have access to shortcuts which are categorized. In this course, we will learn important shortcuts, and I will teach you some shortcuts which will help you to design more quickly. We can hide toolbar, left sidebar and right sidebar. By pressing Ctrl / on the keyboard, all 3 will be hidden. And if you want to have toolbar, left sidebar and right sidebar again, you should press Ctrl /. In this session, we will learn quick actions. If you click on main menu and quick actions or press Ctrl /, you can easily have access to tools, plugins and Figma menus. For example, I decide to draw a star. Here, as you see, there is a star. If I click on it, I can create a star. I press Ctrl /, I type here use light mode. I press enter so that light mode is active for me. And if I press Ctrl / again and type use dark mode will be active for me. These quick actions can be very useful for you and increase your speed in project. In this session, I want to teach you measuring, to be able to measure the distance between the layers. If I select this polygon and hold Alt and hover over this star, it will show the distance between these 2 layers, that is 362. If I leave Alt, the distance will be hidden. Also, I can select this ellipse, hold down Alt and hover over polygons. 129 will be shown as distance if I hover over the star. 465 will be shown as the distance between star and ellipse. So, This alt is used for measuring, that means the distance between layers. In this session, I will teach you group to be able to group some layers together. I create a watermelon. By ellipse and holding shift, I draw a circle. By this handle, I cut the circle in half and change its color D9213C. I select this ellipse, press Ctrl D to create another ellipse. I use this handle like this and change its color 74990B. I select ellipse 1 again. I press Ctrl D again and create another ellipse like this and change its color. Okay, now it's time for the watermelon seeds. I use ellipse and change its color and duplicate these seeds. Well, in this way, I designed this watermelon. Now we want to group this watermelon. As you see here, all these layers have been placed on left sidebar. And for example, if I want to reposition this layer, I have to select all these layers and change it in this way. And if my design is so large, this will be difficult. And there is no reason to make these layers separated, since all these layers are related to watermelon design. All of them should be grouped. It means a layer that includes all these layers. I press Ctrl G on keyboard. As you see, it has been changed to a group. I press Ctrl Z to make layers separated again. We can right-click and click on Group Selection to make a group. I rename it. If I want to check the layers of this group, I can see all layers by clicking on this icon. If I want to hide this group, I just click on this icon to hide my layer and I cannot select it anymore. I can make this group visible to see all layers. I can also click on lock icon to lock this group and I cannot select it anymore. So we group the layers which are related together and to a design. In this session, I teach you frame. Frames let us create our design for a special device or resolution. We can click on frame. On the right sidebar, it specifies for what device or resolution we want to create frame. If we click on phone, we can determine we want to design for iPhone 14 or iPhone 14 Pro. If I click on iPhone 14 Pro Max, it creates a frame that is suitable for iPhone 14 Pro Max. I click on frame again. It has number of phones here. And we can also design for tablets. For desktop, for example, MacBook Air, MacBook Pro, 14-inch, 16-inch, desktop, Warframe, and TV. Presentation lets us create slides with resolution 9020 by 1080 or 1024 by 768. Watch is for smartwatch. In paper section, we can create A4, A5, A6, and letter. In social media, which is Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Dribble, and LinkedIn, and I can select which one I want. For example, Instagram post or Instagram story. For example, Twitter post or Twitter story. From here, we can create our frame for Figma community. In archive, there are a number of devices that we can choose between them. If we create a rectangle here, exactly the same size of this frame, 43 by 932. What is the difference between these two? On left sidebar, you see that rectangle icon is different from frame icon. But what is the difference? Well, I create an ellipse and change its color. I place ellipse over the rectangle. On Layers panel, you see that ellipse is placed over rectangle. And these two layers have nothing to do with each other. But if I move ellipse into frame, you will see that ellipses placed inside the frame, and if I move it out of the frame, it won't be visible. So when we create a frame, we can easily move our layers into the frame and make a design suitable for our desired device. I can select this ellipse and move it out of the frame like this, or move it inside again and place it as I want. But this is not possible in rectangle. I can also change the color of this rectangle and reduce its height and move it into the frame. I can group these two layers, right-click and group selection. And as you see, these two layers move together. So this frame is proper for our design, and we also use the frames in the project. Well, I can rename the frame to whatever I want. On the right sidebar, here, I can determine if the frame is portrait or landscape. It depends on what design we want to have. X and Y are related to the position. W and H are related to size. We learned rotation and corner radius as well. We can round the corners like this. If we disable clip content, you will see that parts of layers that are out of the frame are visible. And if we use clip content, the parts of layers that are out of the frame are not visible anymore. I will teach you some section of the frame in next session. I taught you fill, and you can change the frame background. Here it is written selection colors. Means that what colors this frame includes. Okay, as you see, this color is related to rectangle. This is the color of frame background, and this color is related to ellipse. We will learn more about frame in next sessions. Okay, in this session, we will learn Align. I first create a frame for iPhone 14 Pro Max. And I put a rectangle in this frame and a text inside it. For example, button text. I change its color as well. I want the text to be aligned relative to rectangle. Okay, I select both button and rectangle layers by holding Shift. And we have some tools here that will help us to align our layers. As you see, Align Left will align my layer to the left. Align Horizontal Center aligns the layers to the center relative to horizontal axis. Align Right will align to right. And Align Top to the top. Align Vertical Center aligns our layer to the center relative to vertical axis. Align Bottom aligns the layer to the bottom. Okay, we want this layer to be placed at the center of this rectangle. We should select Align Horizontal Center and Align Vertical Center. In this case, we can align two layers. Or we can put the button here and select rectangle. And I click on Align Horizontal Center to place the text at the center relative to rectangle. Or I click on Align Left to attach it to the left. I delete this text layer. I want the rectangle to be at the center of this frame. I select my frame as well. And if I click on Align Horizontal Center, it is aligned relative to horizontal axis. And if I click on Align Vertical Center, relative to vertical axis, I can decide to click on Align Top to align it to the top. Align Bottom will align to the bottom. If I reduce the width of this layer and click on Align Right, it is placed to right. Align Left to the left. So you can align by these tools. In this session, I will teach you export. I create a rectangle named Rectangle 1 with width and height of 100. Well, this rectangle is in Figma web application. I want to download this rectangle as an image. To do so, we use export. I first select my desired layer and on right sidebar, I click on export. Here, there are formats by which I can download rectangle: PNG, JPG, SVG, PDF. Well, I click on Export Rectangle 1. As you see, a PNG image has been downloaded with width and height of 100 and the name of image is Rectangle 1. It has exactly same name with this layer. If I rename this layer, for example, to box, here, if I click on export, it will be downloaded with the name of box. I can choose what width and height my image has. 1x means the width and height that I entered here. 0.5x means half of the width and height. If I choose 2x, it means twice the width and height. Here it downloads file with 200 by 200 resolution because I specify twice the width and height. We can specify the width as 512 and height as 512. Okay, we set it on 1x. Suffix will add some words to the end of box. For example, I add a to the end of box. If I click on export box, an image named A box will be downloaded. I can specify here B box. Here there is preview that will show exported image. I put an ellipse over the rectangle. I want this part of the ellipse, which is over the rectangle, to be in the downloaded file. By clicking on this icon, which is export settings, I can deselect, ignore overlapping layers, and remove its stick. In this case, a part of ellipse which is shared with rectangle will be placed in the image which is going to be downloaded. If I click on export box, you will see that ellipse is in the image. If I select ignore overlapping layers and tick it, you will see that there is no ellipse in our final image. Well, in this session, you'll learn export. You can select these two and export them. As you see here, it is written export to layer means that it exports two layers and put them in a zip file. You can unzip it. As you see, it exported a rectangle and an ellipse. Means that it exported both layers separately. If you wanted to export both layers together, select these two layers, right-click and select Flatten. In this case, these two layers change to a vector, and if you click on Export, ellipse and rectangle are downloaded as an image, and both layers are together. In this session, I will teach you Text tool. Well, I select Text tool from here. I click on Canvas. Here we can write our text. I type Hello World. On right sidebar, we have a tab named Text tab. Here, we can change the font of this text. If you open this list, it shows you different fonts which you can use. But you have to select your text first and then change its font. First, you have to select your text completely and change its font from here. Okay, now if you pay attention, this text is now well visible. I select the text. On right sidebar, there is Text tab. Here, I can increase the text size. If I double click on the text, I can change it. And if I click out of the text, I cannot type any text. Like the shapes, we can reposition this layer, and as you see, X and Y change. Okay, here we can change the font. I set the font on impact. For example, as you see, the font has been changed. If you double click here and no text is selected and you change the font, you will see no change. In this case, you have to select your text and then change its font. And if you click out of the layer and select the layer. You don't need to select the whole text as well. You can change its font. Okay, I change its font. Here we can change the text weight. It means that if I set the text on thin, my text volume will be reduced. Here I set it on extra light, regular, medium, and here I can select semi-bold, bold, extra bold, and black. As you see here, the text widths are different and we have to use the proper widths in our project. Well, I select my text layer. Here is letter spacing, means that we can change the spacing between letters. Here is like height, means that it changes the height of each line. For example, I select this text and place it here. I reduce its width to make the text 3-line. By line height, as you see, the line height changes. Here is paragraph spacing, means that if I have another text here which is specified by enter, I can change the paragraph spacing by paragraph spacing. Here auto hide is activated, means that my text height is based on the text which has been placed here. If I delete these texts, as you see, the height of the text layer is reduced. And if I increase it, the height will be increased. I can select auto widths. Let me delete this layer and create another layer. Well, I copy text from here. Here, I select the text layer and paste the text. As I am placing my text, its width increases and its height doesn't change because auto width is activated. If fixed size is activated, I can specify the text width is always fixed. Means that, as you see here, the width is fixed now and the width of my text is not more than that. I can specify the layer height is also the same. If I delete some lines of the text, you will see that the height is constant. If we activated auto hide, the height would not change automatically. Here, text is activated and my text is aligned to the left. I can select text align center so that the text is aligned to the center relative to the width of text layer. Or I can select text align right. If I change the width of the text layer, you will see that line changes relative to the layer width. Well, I changed the height of the text layer like this. So the fixed size will be activated because I consider width and height for it. Align top will align the text to the top. Align center will align the text to the center relative to the vertical axis. Align bottom will align to the bottom relative to vertical axis. Here we align relative to the horizontal axis. If I want my text to be at the center, I have to select text align center relative to horizontal axis and align middle relative to vertical axis. As you see, it has been placed exactly at the center. Well, it is enough up to here. In next sessions, we will deal with texts, and it will be a very good practice for you. And you can use text in your project. If you install Figma desktop app, for example, desktop app for Windows, and create a text layer in Figma and select it, it will show you all the fonts you have in your Windows here on the right sidebar in Text tab. But if you use Figma web application like me, you don't have access to Windows fonts. So you have to install a software. Its name is Font Installer. This page in which I am, if you search in Google Figma download, the first link is this page. Or you can select Figma download here. That is written products. I clicked on Windows Installer and download this file. This file is low volume, less than 3 megabytes. I click on Install Figma Agent. It specifies an address and I click on Install. After completing installation, I click on Close. In Figma web application, it shows the fonts I have in Windows. Well, how can we share this file with our teammates or their clients? On the top right side, we have a share button. If I click on share, here I can enter my teammates' emails or the client's emails to let them view the file. Here it is written anyone with the link. Means that everyone who has the file link can view it. I click on copy link and save the file link. Here I can place the file link, and as you see, I can see the file. If I select here, only people invited to this file. It means that only those I invited them can view the file. Those their emails have been entered here. First, if I return to the address, you will see that I cannot view anything. If I click on copy link and here paste its link, it shows nothing. But if I set it on anyone with the link and click on copy link, I can paste the link here and view the file. As you see, my file has been viewed here. To enter my teammates' emails, I can enter their email. To enter the second one's email, I first add a comma and then enter the email. I add comma and again I can enter the next email. When I want that only the client views the file, I enter the client's email here and select Can View. But if I want to share it with other teammates to be able to view the file, I select Can Edit and determine that this email can edit. For example, Get Embed font is an iframe code, which the programmers use. You can also copy it and send to them. Here, my email has been written, and as you see, it is written owner. Second tab is Publish, and I can publish my file in Figma community. If I click on Send Invite, I can send a request to my teammates so that they can view or edit this file. Here it says draft can't be edited by others. To let others edit this file, move it into a project below. Here you can create a new team and use the team advantages in Figma. If you do the project as a team, it's better to promote your plan and use the non-free Figma version. Here you can also create a team. For example, Test. Here is your team name. You can send this file to your teams. If you click on Back to File, your file will be in project and the members of Test team can have access to this file and edit it. You can view plans here and upgrade your plan. I created a team here as well. Okay, your file has been placed here, and you can see your teammates and members. Now I am the only member. In free version, you can only create one project. However, you can have several draft files, and you can even present these drafts to your clients and earn money. Normally, this pro project is proper for companies and teams. If you are a freelancer, you can easily earn money from Figma, and there is no need to upgrade your plan. But if you are a UI and UX designer and earn money from Figma, I recommend you to upgrade your plan because in this case several options will be considered for you, including that you can create several projects and change this file with other freelancers who are in your team and then present it to your employer. However, to do your projects, you can use free version of Figma, and in this case, you have no problems. In this session, I will teach you to comment on your designs. If you click on Add Comments here, you can add comment wherever you want. For example, I click here and write delete this and add comment like this. Well, here we can reply it. For example, one of team members who has to delete this rectangle. Write to you, okay, and delete this rectangle. To start project, I create a Figma design file. First, I click here. I select dark from theme section to make Figma theme dark. And then I click on new design file to create a file. By double-clicking on its name, I rename the file to template. Now the template has been created. By clicking on back to file, you will see that template has been placed here. In this session, I create the proper frame for ThemePlate. First, I open ThemePlate. Here, I click on Frame or press F on keyboard. On right sidebar, I click on Paper and select A4 because I want the frame to be equal to A4 paper. Well, this frame has been created. On left sidebar, the layer name is A41. I rename it to Template. Here, it is written Template. The width says 595 and height is 842. Our layers are placed in this frame. That I will teach you in next session. Well, in this session, we divide our frame to 3 parts. First, I click here on Zoom to fit to the frame being completely visible. I create a rectangle here like this. And also another rectangle here. Now we rename them together and choose proper dimensions for them. It's better to set its height on 150 for now. We may change it later. And its width will be equal to the frame width. I set the height of rectangle to equal to the frame height. And the width on 210. I also change its color. We will place our design here later. I can rename rectangle 1 to header, top or whatever you want. I rename it to top for now and rectangle 2 to left. Note that left is placed over top. Here, as you pay attention, you will see that the left has been placed first and at the back is top. Well, in next session, we create required text on top. It's enough to reduce 2 pixels of the height so that the distance becomes 12. I select left layer. I can reposition the layer by arrow keys. By holding Alt, you can see the distances. Here, the distance between left layer and frame is 12. For the top, we can select the layer and move it downward. As you see, it is 15 here. The distance here is 12. For the bottom, I have to reduce the height. I reduce the height like this. As you see, here the distance is 10. It's enough to reduce the height by 2 pixels that here the distance is 12. I check here again. Yes, the distances are correct now. In this session, I place some texts here. I select Text tool and click here. The first text should be your name and surname. Here, I write your full name so that you write your name and surname here. We can also duplicate this layer. I press Ctrl D on keyboard. As you see here, it has been duplicated. And here you have to specify job title. That in what field you work: designer, animator, programmer, accountant, or other job titles. I press Ctrl D again. For the next layer, we have to write a brief description about us, our proficiency and work experiences, and summary. And here, summary is placed. I select your full name layer and set its weight on bold. And consider 20 as its size for now. I also select job title layer. Its weight on medium is proper and its size on 15. I select summary layer. I set its weight on regular and its size on 12. Now we select these 3 layers and modify their distances. Now distance from the top is 12. Its distance with left layer is 10 and I set it on 12. For summary, I use lorem ipsum next session. Well, lorem ipsum is a prepared text generated for you, and you can easily use them in your project. For example, you may need to add 5 paragraphs to your project. You'd better use the websites which generates lorem ipsum. I search in Google lorem ipsum generator. I click on the first link, which is loremipsum.io. Here we can determine that it generates 2 paragraphs, for example. As you see, it generated 2 paragraphs. Here you can determine it generates sentence instead of paragraphs. I set it on 3 and click on generate. As you see, it generates 3 sentences. Well, this is first sentence, this is second one, and this is third one. We can determine it generates 2 words. I choose to generate a paragraph for me. Well, I can click on copy, paste this text on any software I want. I went to lorem ipsum website and generated a paragraph. I select part of this text. I press Ctrl C. I double click on summary layer in Figma and press Ctrl V. As you see, my text has been placed in a line, and the text width cannot be changed because auto width is active. If we select auto height, width can be changed, but height no. And if we select fixed size, we can assign any width and height we want. I reduce its width. We can set it on 400 here and reduce the width like this. I can also set the height on auto height. Well, we can increase the line spacing as well. If you click on line height here, you can increase the distance a little bit. Okay, now we modify the distances. The distance between job title and full name is 6, which is proper. The distance between job title and summary is 6. It seems to be better if summary moves down a little. And I increase the height of the layer a little. Here it is 7, that should be 12. In this way, I can increase its amount by 1. Well, now the distance is 12, and here is 12. But here is 7. Since here we have a distance, this is approximately 12 and the distance is enough, in my opinion. We set the text size on 12. It is good for now. In some projects, you need to know the color codes. Go to colorname.com. In this website, you can find color code names. Here, select by hex and you can find your favorite color. And then click on this icon. As you see, the color code name is written here. Okay, for example, I paste this color code here and search it. I consider these colors for our project. Sharp FFF is white. I pick this color code from here. On colorname.com, I select by hex. Here, I paste color code and click on search icon. As you see, color code name is platinum. I put this color code here. The name of this color code is dark goldenrod. I pick this goldenrod and put it here. And the same for the next color code. We can choose name for the colors in other ways. For example, we rename it to first and this one to second. The other way is that rename it to primary and secondary. You can assign any name you want to the colors. For example, name this color dark gray and this one light gray. You can choose any name you like. In some projects, you may be wanted to choose the names in a special way. In this session, I try to teach you how to find the real names of the colors, or in naming, use other words. In this session, I will teach you color style. Assume that you created this button and used it in different sections of your project. The background color of this button is red. The employer or client wants you to make the background of the button blue because the client may want to check different colors. If your project is large, it will be time-consuming to select each button and change its color, so we have to use color style. If you click on empty area of the canvas so that no layer is selected, you will see local styles on right sidebar. I click here and select color. Here it wants me to determine a name. I name it red. Description is for you to describe what this color is used for, where you want to use it, and for which layers is proper. For now, it is not so important. Here, you can specify its color. By color picker, you can select your desired color from a layer you want. Well, I click on Create Style, and as you see, it created a color style here named Red. I select my desired layer. On Fill tab, I click on Style and select Color Style. Red color has been placed in Color Style. I do so for these buttons. Now, all buttons have red color style. Okay, now assume that employer wants you to change red to blue. I click on Edit Style. I first name it Blue. And here I specify its color. As you see, the color of 3 buttons changed. And in this way, we can easily change the color of all color styles. You can name it primary here, and so there is no need to rename it. And here, select any color you want. If you select your desired button, on the right sidebar, primary has been placed. By clicking on Detach Style and Fill, color code will be placed. But it doesn't use color style anymore. I press Ctrl Z. And if you click on Remove, color style will be removed and the button will have no background. Well, if I click on Fill, I can assign background to the button. Or I can add color style to it from here. If you duplicate the button, you will see that the new button has primary color style as well. And by clicking on empty area, here you can see color styles. If you click on color style and click on delete, you can delete color style. By edit, you can edit a style. And add new folder lets you make folders here. For example, I named the folder mobile. And if I have layers with no color styles, here I can see the folders. I create another color style, for example red. And in this way, I make it red. And I create a folder named Desktop. Red is subcategory of desktop and primary is subcategory of mobile. I also create another color style named secondary and make it red. And a folder named desktop. And secondary is subcategory of desktop, primary is subcategory of mobile. Here, if I select my frame, I can determine if I select primary from mobile folder or from desktop folder. Well, by selecting the button, it is written here mobile primary. Means that color style primary has been selected from mobile folder. Okay, I click on remove and again on style. Here it is clear that color style primary is from mobile folder and color style secondary is from desktop folder. So I can easily have folders like this. In this session, we create color style for our project. I already specify which colors I want to use, and I create color styles for these colors. I click on local styles. If you don't see local styles, click on empty area of canvas so that no layers are selected. So I click on local style, select color, name it white, and I place its color code here. No need to have sharp. I delete sharp. I click on create a style, and I do the same for the next color. We can name color style gray. Well, as you see, I define color style. I select left rectangle and add dark gray color style to it. And I also select top rectangle and add dark gray color style to it. I select goldenrod color style for full name layer. And for job title, I can select platinum or white. I select white. And platinum for summary. In first session, I created a rectangle and named it top. And also one named left. But in this session, I want to select full name, job title, summary, and top layers and change them to frame. I right click and select frame selection, or I press Ctrl Alt G. As you see, it changed to frame, but I don't need to this top rectangle. So I delete this layer. I select the frame and in Fill tab, I add color style to it. I name the frame top. I also select ellipse and left and change them to frame and name it left and delete this left. I select my frame and add color style and stroke. Well, now I add radius to it. I don't want these two corners to be rounded. I click on this icon and set this value on 0 and this one also on 0. As you see, these two corners have radius and these two no. I set the stroke size on 3. Now, in our template, which is a frame, we have a frame named left and a frame named top. In this session, I teach you auto layout. I created a frame named button, including text and shape, and also created an ellipse here. Well, before teaching you auto layout, note that if I change the button text, for example this text, you will see that I have to increase the frame width in this way. I should pay attention that the distance between star and the frame start point is 5, and the distance between star and the frame end point should be 5. So I have to increase the frame width by 1 pixel. If I want to place this ellipse at the end of the button, I should first check the distance between star and button, that is 3 here. And I should pay attention that the distance between ellipse and button is 3. And again, I change the frame width and pay attention that the distance between ellipse and the frame end point is 5. So, in this way, I modify the distance between items. I press Ctrl Z. Well, I select my frame and click on Auto Layout on right sidebar. Here, we can specify how the items are placed. Vertical layout places the items vertically. Horizontal layout places horizontally. On x-axis, the items are placed next to each other. If I place this ellipse at the end of the button, it is placed quickly and with no messing up between items. And I don't need to even increase the frame width because the frame width will increase automatically. I can move my ellipse out and reposition the button and shape in this way. My items are placed regularly next to each other very quickly, and I can change my design fast. If I also change the text of the button, you will see that the frame width is changed automatically. So, auto layout will simplify the process for us. As you see, the width is changing. I select my frame. Here we can determine how much distance we have between items. For example, I add this ellipse here, and now the distance between item is 3. I can select my frame and from here change the distance between them. I set it on 5. If I move ellipse out, you will see this distance between button and shape. We can change this distance. Well, here we will learn padding. We can increase the padding distance using these handles. Here we have horizontal padding, which if I increase or reduce, you will see that here and here change. Vertical padding will change here and here. Okay, we had a distance between items. We have a distance between frame and the layers inside the frame that are known as padding. By horizontal padding, we can change the horizontal distance between frame and layers inside it. Also, by this handle, we can increase or reduce the distance. Or here we can specify the distance is 10, so that here and here is 10. We can determine that this distance is 10 and here 15. Right here 10 and 15. As you see, here is 15. We can also change vertical padding so that there is a distance between my items and the frame relative to vertical axis. Well, I can set it on 10 and also horizontal padding on 10. Okay, I increase width and height of the button. I also add ellipse. I want to change the alignment of these items as well. From here, we can determine how the items align. For example, I want them to be in the middle of the button or at top center, or we may want them to align at bottom left. As you see, it is aligned like this. or we can select vertical layout to align item like this. And we can make items centered. In next session, we use auto layout in our project. In this session, I will teach you how to add your contact information in your resume. Contacts are social media, mobile number, email. I select text tool and click here and write contact and set its size on 15 for now. And also I select bold. For its color, I use goldenrod color style. I want to consider an icon for it. A simple icon, a rectangle. I set width on 20 and height on 7. And its background as goldenrod. Okay, I select these two layers and change them to frame. I right-click and select frame selection or press Ctrl-Alt-G on keyboard. I use auto layout here and set the distance between item on 5. Well, I duplicate it and set the text size on 13. For now, I consider medium weight for it. And platinum for its color. I change the background of this icon and select platinum. I select this frame and reposition it and place it like this. Okay, I change the text to your address and duplicate the frame and name it phone number here. Again, I duplicate this frame and change its text to your email. Here I used 3 items. You can write several items here. I want to select these frames I created. I change these 3 frames to 1 frame. I right-click and select frame selection and they change to a frame. And here I select auto layout and set the distance between them on 5. I select this frame and I also select the frames which I placed here and change them to a frame and name it to contact. And again, I click on auto layout. As you see, my title has been placed like this, and these frames have moved to left. I first align them and set their distance on 0. I select contact frame and use auto layout. As you see, this title is centered and these items are aligned left. Okay, I first click on align top left to align the title left. And then I select the frame related to these 3 items. First, I rename it to items and rename this frame to title. In items frame, I increase its padding. By horizontal padding, I set distance between these items from left and its value is 21. As you see, right padding is 21 and left padding is 21 as well. But I don't want right padding to be 21. I want it to be 0. I can make it 0 by this handle. I press Ctrl Z. I click on this icon And here I can specify its value. Well, I can consider left padding as 21 and top padding 0 and bottom padding 0 and right padding also 0. If you increase the text length, the width of your frame will change. The width of items frame also changes. These 3 frames are inside items frame. Also, the width of contact frame changes. So, we can easily increase or reduce the text length. I press Ctrl Z. I name our frames as item. Item 1, item 2, item 3. You can also change the layers named. I don't do it for now. In next session, we want to use icons instead of these rectangles. We can select contact frame and increase the distance between this title and items. In this session, I created 3 texts: name, family, age. And I want to teach you text styles. Assume that you did a project and used these labels, but at the end you decided to reduce the size of labels or to make all these labels bold. In this case, you should select all these layers and, for example, set its size on 11. In this case, you should consider more time to edit these texts that is not acceptable. I press Ctrl Z. Now, in this file, we have 3 labels, but in the project, you may have tens or hundreds of labels. That is a tiring task. I click on the empty area of the canvas to make all layers deactivated. Here, there is local styles. We can select text. I consider a name for it. For example, label. We can write for description that what characteristics this label has and for which sections of my design it is used. Here you can write description and explain about this label and its use. Here you can change its font. And here you can make the font bold. I click on Create Style. Select this label and Text tab. I click on Style and here there are my styles. I select Label. As you see, their size has changed and been made bold. We will duplicate it later and place it here and write email. This size may seem small to you. We can easily click on the empty area of canvas and right click on the labels from local styles and click on edit style and set its size on 15 here and its weight on regular. As you see, all my texts have been edited immediately. You can right click on the style and click on add new folder. By clicking on this icon, you can edit your style. I right click on the style and click on add new folder. I name it form. As you see, your styles can be placed in form folder. We can create another style as well. For example, I create a style named head. I name it head and set its size on 13. I click on create a style. Head style will be placed here. I can place this style inside the form folder or send it out of the folder. I create another new folder named content and place head inside the head folder and label inside the form folder. In this case, if I select one of these texts, it is written for label here. Means that from form folder, label style. If I click on this icon, I can remove the style from this layer. As you see, it is easily removed. Or here, I assign head style to it from content folder or label style from form folder. By right-clicking on the folder, you can rename or delete the folder. If I right-click on the style or the folder and select cut style, I can transfer this style to another file or project. For example, here in this file, I right-click and select paste style. As you see, this style is placed here. I can paste here, and as you see, my style with the folder are placed in local styles. In this session, I will teach you how to find free icon and place them instead of these rectangles. At iconfinder.com, you can find free and beautiful icons. Here, search your favorite icon. For example, home. Here, you can determine that free icons or premium icons are visible. Well, some of the icons which are shown here are free, and for some you should pay. You can determine here that it shows only free icons. Premium icons are icons which you should pay for. I select free icons. For some free icons, there are some rules. Means that you have to do something. For example, you have to link the icon designer. If you click no link back here, you will easily use these icons. If you have a large project and it is a commercial one, you can buy an icon. And in this case, you can use high quality icons. In another course, I will teach you how to create beautiful icons and sell them and have good income. Here we can select one of these icons. I already found some icons. This for email, for home, and for phone. You can download icon in PNG, SVG format. There are some formats in other tab that is applicable for some software. If you enter PNG tab, you can specify in which resolution the icons has been downloaded. But I recommend you to download icon in SVG format, so you don't need to specify resolution. SVG icons in any resolution have same quality, but PNG icons in low resolution have low quality, and I download SVG icons for Figma. Click on this button and download the icons. I already downloaded this icon and I can drag it like this and place it in Figma. By clicking on icon, you see that it shows you this icon inside the frame. We can get it out the frame and delete the frame. We can send other icons out the frame like this. Okay, here you see that this icon is in group. We remove its group and delete this frame. We resize the icon by holding Shift. We can make it smaller like this and place it here and email here. I changed the width and height of these icons to make their size approximately equal. If you press Shift and R on keyboard, you can use ruler. By these guides, we can check whether our icons are placed well. To delete a guide, we can select it and move it into ruler like this. If we put a guide here, we can delete it like this. If I put the guide like this to delete, I can move it upward. Also on guide, I can press delete on keyboard to delete it. Well, I delete these rectangles and select home icon, and in fill, I assign a color style to it. I select phone icon and assign color style. I select this email icon because it has two vectors and I want to teach you how to change two vectors to one. We can also separate the color of each vector and change it. And in this way, change its color style. But if you need to change several vectors to one, you can select two vectors by holding Shift. Right-click and select flatten or press Ctrl E. Well, as you see, it changed to one vector, and if you send it out the group will be deleted. Now you can easily change its color. I set the width and height of the home icon on 17 and 13. Mobile icon 16, 14. And email icon 16, 11. However, you can change it. I guess these dimensions are suitable for now. We can resize this icon later. Well, it seems better to increase the distance between contact and the first item. I select contact frame and increase its value here. 9 seems to be okay. In this session, I will teach you component. Well, we designed this button and use it in the project. We may use this button dozens of times in the project. Assume that the employer wants you to change its radius. In this case, if you use this button 100 times, you should select all 100 buttons and change their radius. But if you make this button component, it's enough to edit the main button to make all other buttons edited. It's better to teach you by an example. I select this button. As you see, it is a frame including text and shape. Well, I select this frame and click on Create Component. Or I press Ctrl-Alt-K on keyboard. You can see that the icon of this button changed and it is now a component. Now, if I duplicate this component and place it in my project, and the employer wants me to change this button, it's enough to select the main button and change its radius. As you see, the radius of other buttons is also changed, or I can increase its radius in this way. These buttons are called instance. Any change you apply on the component will be applied on instances as well. For example, if I change its color, you will see that all will change. If we select this button, on the right sidebar, it is clear that it is using component. Here, a list of your components can be seen. We have now a component named button here. If I click on this icon, it will show me the main component. Now, assume that your project is large and your component is here as an example. And you select this button and want to see the main component. Here you can click on this icon. It will show you the component. Okay, I place this button here. If we select this button and click on this icon, we can click on Detach Instance. This button is not an instance anymore, and as you see, the icon has frame and different from instances, and it is not connected to any component. I press Ctrl Z. If I select this component and, for example, I add a stroke to it and want to apply some changes on this instance that apply on component as well, I select this button and from here click on Push Changes to Main Component so that the changes apply on the component too. In this session, I teach you variant. If you select component in properties, you can define variant. I click on variant. As you see, a stroke is placed here, and there is variant named default in the component. We can click on Add Variant and name it Hover as an example. And in this case, we delete fill and change the color of the stroke in this way. And we can change the color of this text as well, and then change the text. And in this way, I also change this color. By clicking on this button, I can select in components that the property is a hover or default. We can also rename this property. Here we have a hover and a default. I click on the component and then click on edit and rename the property to type. For example, and it is written here that your type is hover or default. So you can design different cases and use them in your project. In our project, we use components and I will teach you different sections of component. In this session, we place our skills here. Well, I duplicate this title frame and place it here. I set its text on skills. If I decided to change the distance between the rectangle and the text later, I would change the distance between this rectangle and the text. For example, I want to change the distance between the items to 10 later. Okay, I also have to change the distance between the items here to 10. If we use title frame in our project for several times, we have to apply these changes to all of them. So we should have a component which we use in our project several times and whenever we want to edit, only we do it in component. I press Ctrl Z. I duplicate the frame and place it out of the resume frame. I click on Create Component. Here is component icon. It's better to rename our layers. For example, I rename rectangle to icon and text layer to text. I select my frame and click on Create Component. As you see, the frame icon has been changed to component icon. On the right sidebar, Properties tab, I click on this icon and rename my text layer to title. You can name it whatever you want. I also change its text to title. I select this frame. Click on Create Component. I can duplicate this component and use it in the project. And thereafter, if I want to change the distance between items, I can easily change the component and this change will be applied to instances as well. I set a distance on 5. When we duplicate this layer, we want this text to be changed. So I use property for my components. Here, I click on Properties tab, create new property, and select the text. Here, it wants a name and value. I name it text and set its value on test. I click on Create Property. As you see, this property has been placed here. It is written here, not used within component. Means that you didn't use this property in component. Okay, it is right that I haven't used this property yet. I select my text layer and on the section which is content, I click on this icon. Because I want to apply a property to text layer. This is apply text property means that we apply a property to our text. As you see, the property I created has been placed here. I select test. Its text changes to test. Why did its text change to test? If you click on Title component, on Properties section, if we click on Edit Property, we will see that we set the value on Test. We can change it to Title, and as you see, its text changes to Title immediately, and the text of instances also changes to Title. If we click on Instance, on right sidebar, there is our component name, and the text property is Title here. I can change its value to Content and press Enter. As you see, its text has changed to Content. Well, let's use this component in our project. I duplicate this component and place it here. I delete the extra layers. And also this title, we have title in contact frame, and the title component has been placed in title frame. That we can change the text value here. As you see, its text easily changes. I duplicate this component again and place it like this. Okay, I select title and set its value on skills. Here we are going to list our skills. Well, we first place a text here, for example, Figma, and also place a rectangle here. We place a text here, for example, 90%. This rectangle is always in front of this text. So we select these two layers. We change the text layer and the rectangle to a frame. The word Figma will be always placed above the rectangle. So we select both and change them to frame. I activate auto layout. If I select horizontal layout, all will be placed horizontally, but I select vertical layout. For the next frame, which includes text and rectangle, I activate auto layout and select horizontal layout. Now I select the main frame and place it like this. The distance of frame from the left is 21, and from the right also is 21. Here I should specify the distance between rectangle and text. I select the frame and the distance 5 seems to be okay. Well, I check the distance. Okay, as you see, here is 21 and here is 20. I reduce a pixel from the rectangle. Well, as you see, it has been okay. Now I want to make this text medium and reduce its size. And this text to be medium with a reduced size. I reduce the height of this rectangle, for example, 8. Okay, it is so good. I have to change their color as well. I select platinum for all layers. Well, let's rename our frame and duplicate it. And place it like this. Now I change both items to a frame and rename it to items. I assign an auto layout to it, and so I can easily determine the distance between them. Well, I can reduce vertical space now and set it on 0. If I duplicate this item, all my layers are placed below each other. As you see here, our frames have been renamed to items, which includes all these items. Now items and title component will change to a frame. And the frame name will be skills. I also activate auto layout for skills. I select align top left. And now I have to consider left padding items. I can assign left padding to items. I want the paddings to start from these guides, so I increase the padding. For content items, I want to increase left padding like this. Well, I can now delete this guide and view my design. Okay, let me view my design one more time. As you see, the vertical space of this contact is 9 and vertical space of skills is 10. I set it on 9. Now I change skills and contacts to a frame and activate auto layout. I activate align top left. I can change vertical space of these two items. I set their distances on 15. I may change it later. Okay, now I select this rectangle and change rectangle 1 to frame. I duplicate rectangle 1. Now, as you see, rectangle 2 has been placed over rectangle 1. I change the background of rectangle 2 to goldenrod like this and reduce its width a little bit. Okay, now I delete this item and this one. I select item and set vertical space on 0. I duplicate this item. I select items and increase vertical space. I change Figma text. And for example, set its value on 80. And here Photoshop, I set it on 70. Just I reduce the width of this rectangle here and here as well. And XD is also 90, like this. Well, you can specify your skills here. In this session, we will do two things. We rename the frame of contact and skill to items. And the distance between the ellipse and this frame should be modified to 21 so that the distance around the ellipse at left, right, top, and bottom are 21. As you see here is 21 as well. If I want to resize this text later or pick a new font for my texts, I have to select these texts one by one and edit them. I can define text style and use text style in my project. I click on the empty area of canvas. I click on Create Style here and select Text. Rename it to Title and make it bold. And set its size on 15. I click on Create Style. I should assign color style to Contact and Skills. In Component Title, I select this layer, which is Text Layer, and in Text tab, I click on this icon and assign color style to it. Well, there is no change in my design. If I want to resize this title later, here I can click on Edit Style and resize it. As you see, their size has been changed, or even I can choose it as regular. So I can edit my design very quickly. I create another local style for these texts as well. For example, items. You name it as you want. I set its size on 13 and select medium. I click on Create Style. Now I select these layers of the texts and assign item text style to them. You may ask why I didn't create text style in last sessions. Because I want to create several text layers and you need to edit these layers one by one so you realize how these text styles are useful. Here also we can modify the distance of these items. Well, I select the items and increase this distance. I set it on 8. And here I select items and set this on 8. Okay, it's enough for this session. In this session, we specify what languages we know and how professional we are in them. I can create an instance from this composition and place this composition in the items. As you see, it will be placed at the top of Contact. I can drag this composition to be placed lower than Skills. I select Composition and change the text value. Well, I select Languages and press Enter. Here we have languages. Now I want to create an ellipse here. I select Ellipse, hold down Shift and make a circle. I set its width on 45. Since it is circle, so its height is also 45. I also select text layer and write a text here. For example, English. We should pay attention that English is using text style. I click on Detach Style and assign item text style to it. Note that this layer uses title text style. I click on Detach Style and select Item Text Style. I want a text to be placed inside the circle. And also, I place the text here. For example, 90%. I use Item Text Style for this text as well. And I use Platinum Color Style. And the same for this layer. Okay, I want to have a circle inside here that has background. We have some ways. One is by this handle. We create such a design and connect these two together. We can create a line by these tools. Here we should also have another ellipse. I press Ctrl D on ellipse 2 so that another ellipse will be duplicated. I set its color style on goldenrod. Here we can specify that, for example, 90% of this circle is full. This is circular progress bar means that it shows our proficiency in this skill. Well, here I can change these two ellipses to one frame and name it circles. For example, I want my English layer to be aligned relative to circles. If I select align left, both will be aligned to the left. If I select align center, they will be aligned to the center. I press Ctrl Z. By selecting align horizontal centers, they will be aligned to the center. I press Ctrl Z. And by align right, both will be aligned to the right. Align top will align them to the top. Align vertical centers will align them to the center relative to vertical axis. Align bottom will align them to the bottom. Since I selected two layers, it is aligning these two layers relative to each other. It is why the position of these circles doesn't change when we select align top. And these two layers are aligned relative to each other. Well, I place it here, relative to circles. I click on Align Centers and Align Horizontal Centers. I select this text and then circles and click on Align Vertical Centers and Align Horizontal Centers. As you see, these layers have been aligned well. Okay, I select these layers and press Ctrl Alt G to change them to frame and rename it to item. I don't assign it auto layout because there is no need to auto layout. If I consider auto layout, my design will be messed up. We can change this 90% and circles together to a group and rename it to progress bar. I select item and click on auto layout. In this case, I can specify the distance between progress bar and text layer. For now, we set it on 2. I select item and duplicate it 3 times. Now, these 3 layers are placed over each other. I select all 3 items, press Ctrl Alt G to change them to a frame. I rename the frame to items and click on auto layout. Now we consider that this title component with item have to be placed in a frame. I select these 2, press Ctrl Alt G. I can send this title out and change it to a frame with items and rename it to languages. And place languages lower than skills and then assign it auto layout. Here I select align top left to align my title. To the left, And then I select items and set its left padding on 25. I increase the distance between items so that they align like this. I can change the text here and also change the text value like this. If you see, this layer has not been placed at the center. Means that if I select progress bar and French, you will see that my French is not at the center and is left aligned, means that it attaches to the left. Well, if I select French and progress bar, I cannot use these tools because I selected auto layout for the item frame. In auto layout, I determined here to be top left. If I click on align center, you will see that it is placed at the center. Okay, now we have to make change in the slips. If we consider it here as 100 and reduce it like this, we can set it as start and determine out proficiency by it. I consider that here is equal to 100 and this number is reduced from this side. I can set its value on 500% and this on Arabic and reduce its value. In this way, I can display 50%. I select item, frame, and click on align center. And the same for this item. We check whether this 50% is aligned horizontal centers relative to these circles. Yes, as you see, it is aligned. Here, we click on languages and we can specify the distance between title and item. We already considered this distance. For now, we consider 9, but then we modify the distance between them. In last sessions, I taught you to drag icons in Figma and resize and reposition icons. I will teach you another method to enter icons into Figma. Now I click here and select Place Image Video. I select tennis icon. It wants me to specify the width and height. I hold down Shift and consider width and height, and my icon will be placed like this. The width is 22 and also the height is 22. Okay, if I select this icon, it includes a frame and 2 vectors. Okay, I select 2 vectors together. Right click and click on flatten. Now our icon changed to a vector. If I change its color, you will see that the color of the whole square changes. My vector has a square which will be fully colored. I press Ctrl Z. Well, we delete this square vector because we don't need it. And I select this vector and change its color. As you see, its color changes and it is okay. I place it here and the text in front of it. I select text tool and write tennis. Here I can select icon and text layer and press Ctrl-Alt-G to change it for frame and rename it to item. I use auto layout. I set the distance between them on 5. I duplicate this item. I select both items and change them to a frame and rename it to top. I duplicate top and place it here like this and rename it to bottom. I use auto layout for the bottom and also for the top. Well, I select top and bottom and change them to a frame and rename it to items. Here, I first duplicate title component. I change title component with this item to a frame and rename it to hobbies. I drag hobbies and place it lower than languages. I assign auto layout to hobbies. I select align top left. I use auto layout for items. I click on this icon. I assign padding left to the items. I change the title text to hobbies. I specify here that the distance between them is 9 and for items I consider 5. Now we have to enter the rest icons into Figma. I consider 22 as width and height for all. And you will see this icon has 2 groups. I send this vector out of the groups and change its color. I delete this icon and place golf here. Note that golf should be placed here. I change its text as well. I also enter the next image. I select all these vectors and right-click and select flatten. I send it out of the group and change its color and delete this tennis. Okay, I also select paint and place it here. I delete tennis. Now I select the item related to bottom and reduce the distance a little. We can select items and increase the distance between. I select this icon and make it smaller, and also the same for this icon. Okay, I guess it is better now. Now you have to pay attention that item has been activated and I consider its color style on platinum. In this session, I want to increase the distance between the items inside the left frame. First, we check. In template frame, we have a left frame and a top frame. This top frame includes 3 layers. One is summary layer, which I write its name here. Job title and full name. Well, it's better to change its order in this way. In left frame, we have items frame and an ellipse, which I teach you later that ellipse is going to be our own photo. We have nothing to do with ellipse now. Items includes these items, which is 4 frames: contact, skills, languages, and hobbies. In skills, we have a title component and an items frame. In items frame, we have 4 items. We can increase items. On second item, I press Ctrl D to create another item. I change its text. Now we have 5 items. Okay, I select items and increase the distance between them. Now I also select these 4 frames and increase the distance between title and items of each frame. Well, I select items again. Reduce vertical space. I don't need these guides. Okay, for now working with left frame has been finished. In this session, we add our education to the resume. First, I duplicate this component and place it like this. The distance between the top frame and the component will be 21. And I change the text to education. In education, we should put number of text layers. I select text tool and click here. The first is degree title, which is the title of your degree or your education level you have passed or you are in. The next is university title. It is the name of your university. Next text is years. Means that in which years you studied at this university, or from which year you are studying at this university. The next is achievements. Means that what achievements you had at the university. Any award. Article, your education, you can write here. Write a description about your studies at this university. Because I want its width to be regular. Also, I can use gray color style and I use item text style for the achievements. And I select dark gray as its color. I select this frame. Okay, in addition to this frame, I want to have a timeline to determine. For example, you study at X University in 2018. At Y University in 2021. I can use rectangle or line. I use line. I put the start point here and draw a straight line by holding Shift. I place it here and set its color on platinum. And as you see, it has been placed over this icon. I right-click and select Send to Back. I also draw an ellipse and set its width and height on 10 and its color on golden rod. I consider the distance between title and this ellipse as 21. Well, I place this frame here like this. The distance between them will be 5. For the text of achievement, I can use these tags. I paste it here as an example. As you see, it is very wide. It's because the text is placed in one line in this case. I should reduce its width so that I can have my text in some lines. Okay, its color has been platinum. I delete its color. I use dark gray color style. Its size is a bit large. I can reduce its size. In this case, we should create a new text style or click on Detach Style and create a new style. For this text, we can select gray and I guess it's better. I consider the distance between university title and degree title as 5 and also distance between years and university title as 5. I can consider the distance between the years and achievements as 10. Okay, as you see, the frame height is not equal to the height of all layers. So I should increase the frame height. Okay, I change the height of my frame and also its width. Here, I select this text style related to item and increase the letter spacing. But if you pay attention, you will get that the line spacing in this text is very small and we can increase it. I can select the text layer and click on Detach Style. And here I can increase the spacing to make it more legible. So in this case, we should create a new text style named, for example, paragraph. I set here on medium. I specify font width for it and set its size on 13. I define line height later. Well, I select my text layer. I use paragraph and edit it here and increase its line spacing. Okay, I select my frame and rename it to item. I also select ellipse for this shape and I place it on the item. I select item and duplicate it. Now I change both items to a frame and use auto layout. We can consider the distance between them as 15. I name the frame for item. I change items and title together to a frame and name it education. Well, this line should be placed in education. I place the line in education. I select the end point of the line and place it here like this. In this session, we add our work experiences. I first select degree title and click on Detach Style and make its weight bold. This style seems to be much better and we can create a text style for it. And it's your task to create a text style which is proper to degree title. Okay, I create a text style named item bold. And I set its font width on bold and its size on 13. I click on create style. I select degree title and from here I select item bold. And the same for this degree title. The next to do is that I duplicate this education and place it here like this. I consider the distance between them as 21. I delete this item completely and I place this line like this. I place work experiences or experiences instead of education. No difference. Place any one you want. Here I rename the layer to work experience. Now the changes are that we have to write job title here. Means our job title. We write job title here. I place company name here. Okay, we should specify what job title we have at the company. Here we specify in which years we worked at that company or from which year we started our work there. Here we write our responsibilities and achievements, what we have done for the company, and then our achievements. Here is a question. If we want to write the complete list of our education, it may be more than these two, and our work experience may also be several items. So, what should we do? We can do paging. Means that educations are visible on one page and work experiences on next page. Okay, we will do this in the session that is related to prototype. Okay, there is a point here. I select this title component. I want to assign it a variant. On Properties tab, I click on this icon and select variant. Okay, here I click on Add Variant to create another title. I rename it to White and the previous variant to Goldenrod. Okay, for component White, I change the color of its title to white. Now we go to component title and click on component, and here we specify that it uses white property. I can also rename property 1. Here I click on component and set property 1 on title color. For skills, I also specify it is white. And the same for languages and hobbies. It seems much better. We may apply some changes on the color of these sections. In a design project, you may decide to change the colors at any moment and make the design more beautiful. Okay, friends, in this session, I want to edit title text style. I set its size on 20 and select title component. And in title component, I want to change the width of this icon. I set their width on 40. I select title component and increase its width a little bit. Now I select items, which is inside the left frame, and reduce vertical space here. As you see, these titles are shown better. Okay, now it's better. In next session, we prototype or design. In this session, I will teach you prototype. I click on frame. Here, I select iPhone 14 Pro Max. I place a rectangle here and change its color. I align the rectangle relative to my frame. I select the text layer. I write a text here, for example, first. I increase its size and set its weight on bold. I also align the first text to the center relative to rectangle. I duplicate this rectangle and place it here and change its color. I select my frame. In last session, we learned design. Now we will learn prototype. Okay, I click on flow starting point to be able to play prototype. I rename it to first page. By clicking on this icon, prototype will be played for me. As you see, my design will be displayed like this. In options, you can specify that your design is shown in actual size with a little zoom in. Fit to a screen makes your design to be well visible. Fit width means that it fits the width and it is not suitable for this design. Fit screen fits the design based on screen resolution. Fill screen places the design regarding the width and height of your screen. But since the width and height of our design is less, fill screen is not suitable and it is good for designs with more width and height. I select this fit to screen. Now, there is no difference between fit to screen and fill screen. When you design for the desktop, you can view fill screen well. Here, you can view flows. Now we have only one flow, that if I click on the frame and select prototype, it will show you the flow. Here is related to comments which we have nothing to do with. I will explain about interactions later. Scroll behavior considers a scroll for your design. In scroll behavior, you can specify if your design is scrolled or not. For example, I want to place a rectangle here. I select design, place a rectangle here, change its color and move the rectangle to the bottom so that a part of the rectangle is out of the frame. In this case, I can see only this part of rectangle. I place another rectangle here as well and change its color. Now I select my frame. In prototype, no scrolling is activated. Overflow no scrolling means that it has no scrolling. If I select horizontal, I can scroll relative to the horizontal axis. Here you see that we can have horizontal scroll but no vertical scroll. If I select vertical, then I can scroll relative to vertical axis. If I select both directions, I can scroll horizontally and vertically. But horizontal scroll is not proper for mobile. If we are designing for mobile, we have to use vertical so that it scrolls only relative to vertical axis. I click on Show Prototype Settings. Here is Device. I can specify in what device my frame is displayed. Well, I created my frame for iPhone 14 Pro Max. As you see, here is a preview. We can consider its model to be, for example, gold. As you see, it shows my design very well in iPhone 14 Pro Max, as if iPhone 14 Pro Max is in front of me right now, and I can view my design in this device. How powerful Figma is! When the client views that design, he will enjoy and it is really better than a design which is an image. This design is fresh and attractive for all. And in this session, we add animation to it as well. I select my frame. In Prototype, Show Prototype Settings, I can specify the background color, for example, white. As you see, the background changes to white, but I select that black. Okay, I duplicate this frame and change this first to second. Whenever you want to change your design, select Design. I also place a text here and set its size on 30. I want that by clicking on Go to Second Page, we go to the second frame. I select Prototype. By selecting Prototype on any layer, we hover over. An Add button will be added. If I hold left click here, I can specify that this button connects me to the second frame. We can connect each layer to any frame we want. Okay, we have only 2 frames here, so I connected this text to the second frame. We have nothing to do here. For now, I close it. Now, in Prototype, if I click on Go to Second Page, you will see that it goes to second frame so interestingly. Okay, we also have to set a button here to be able to return to the previous page. I change its color. I select text layer. I type here, go to first page. I wanted to return the first page by clicking on this text. I first select Prototype, hover over this layer, and by this Add button, I select my first frame. Now, here, I can click on Go to First Page and return to the first page. We can go to Next or Previous frame. Okay, as you see, we have 2 layers which are connected together. I click here and here is interaction details. I can define some details for this interaction. If I click on this text, it doesn't go to second page. I should drag on this text. As you see, I dragged and entered the second page. While hovering means that if I hover over this layer, I will move to second frame. I hover over the points other than that layer. It won't go to second frame. It is why it goes to second frame when I hover over the text. If the mouse cursor leaves the text, it will return to first frame. While pressing means that if I hold down the click on the text layer, I will move to second frame. And when releasing the click, it will return to the first frame. Key Gamepad wants me to specify a button. For example, I specify F button. Here, if I press F on keyboard, I will move to second frame. I can consider any button here, for example, T. In this case, if I press T, I will move to second frame. Mouse enter means that if I hover over this frame, it will move to the next frame. It is similar to while hovering, but in while hovering, when the mouse leaves the layer, it returns to the previous frame. But in mouse enter, if I hover over this layer, it goes to second frame and won't return to the previous one. For mouse leave, I click on go to first page to enter the first frame. Now, if I mouse leaves this layer, I return to the previous frame. If I place the text here again and click on go to first page, you will see that it goes to the first frame and returns to second frame. Why? Because I don't hover over the text here. And mouse leave repeats. Touch down and touch up are for touch screens and for the times you touch upward or downward. Well, we select touch down. If I touch downward, you will see that it goes to next frame. I have to touch downward like this. We can consider touch up for it. Means that for this layer, touch down, and for this one, touch up. Here, touch down, and here, touch up. Okay, I click here. Here is navigate to that specifies which frame it should navigate. I selected iPhone 14 Pro Max, and for this layer, navigate to iPhone 14 Pro Max 1. Here, the list of your frames is shown and you can select to which frame navigate. Okay, I select on tap here, the same for this layer. There is no difference, but for now, I select on tap. I click here. We go to animation. For animation, I first select instance. Instance is the default alternative that you viewed. Dissolve has opacity state and your text dissolves gradually. Well, let me test it here. If I click on this, you will see that it navigates to second frame with opacity. We can increase its time here. We set it on 300 milliseconds. Every 1000 milliseconds is equal to 1 second. 3000 milliseconds means 3 seconds. Okay, if I click on go to second page, you will see that it goes to second frame with opacity animation. We have nothing to do with ease out and ease in for now. Well, I select smart animation. You have to consider some options about smart animation. Okay, now I change the color of the first. For example, I set this color on the text here. I reduce the rectangle size like this. I want to navigate from this frame to this frame by Smart Animation. I select Smart Animation. I click on Go to second page. As you see, my rectangle is increasing and its size is exactly equal to the rectangle of second frame. You have to pay attention that the names of these two rectangles should be the same, as it is rectangle 1 here and also rectangle 1 here. If I rename it to rectangle, I cannot use the Smart Animate. Their names should be the same to be able to use Smart Animate. The animation size is obvious. Move in means that we can specify from which direction this animation is done, as you see, like this. Move out means that it goes from inside to outside. Here you can specify direction. Push means that it pushes the frame. You can also specify the direction. As you see, it pushes the frame. To view the design better, I change the background of this layer. Okay, if you see, the second frame pushes the first one. Side in and side out are similar to slider. We can select that these animations are done and also Smart Animate is done. If we take Smart Animate matching layers, it does this animation and Smart Animate at the same time. And if you untick and deselect it, it only does this animation. I select Push and tick Smart Animate to select it. And here, as you see, it does push and Smart Animate at the same time. I press Ctrl Z. You can delete this interaction by Delete button. As you see, it is deleted and you cannot go to next frame. You can select another frame and create an interaction like this. Well, in this session, you learned prototype. In the project which we work on, I will teach you how to use prototype. Well, if our text is long, it isn't placed in one page and we should consider another page as well. And in Figma, we can easily create different pages. Means that create different frames and navigate between the frames. Assume that the text in this section is more, and we are not able to place the rest items here. We can create a button here with goldenrod color. I downloaded this icon from Icon Finder website. If you search arrow, you will find similar icons. Okay, I select this icon and place it here. I select text tool and type next. For text, I select bold font and set the font size on 13 and the weight on bold. I select these 3 layers and change them to a frame. I activate auto layout and place the icon with distance of 21 from the right and bottom. I change the distances between items to 5. I round the icon and I guess it's good. Well, I select this frame and rename it to template 1. I duplicate it to template 2. Here I delete education. Okay, I select my text and delete this paragraph. I move workspace to the top. The distance between top frame and work experiences should be 21. I duplicate the item and place it like this. And I reduce the text of this last one because I want it to be 2 pages, not 3 pages. You can create several pages of frames. But as we are in a training course, I don't do it. I also change the text here. We can change to previous. In this case, the text width increases and we should modify the distance. Now, we should select this icon and flip it. I right-click, select Flip Horizontal. We have 2 templates. I click on Template 1, select Prototype, and click on Flow Starting Point. I rename it to Template Page 1 and play prototype. Okay, I click on Fit to Screen here. What I want to do is that by clicking on Next button, it navigates to the second frame. Okay, I first select prototype and hover over next frame and click on Add and connect it to the second frame. Using this icon, I connect the button to the frame. Well, here we also specify that by clicking on this button, it navigates to template 2. Okay, here I can select Smart Animate and set its time on 1 second. Let's view the result. I click on Next. I do the same for previous and we view the result. Here you can increase your education to 3 education items. For example, workspace should be moved to bottom. When you click on Next button, workspace moves to the top and is placed instead of education, as I created for you. I added 3 items to the education and moved work experiences to the bottom, so that by clicking on Next, work experience is completely visible. So, in normal state, we view education completely and don't view the items of work experiences. If we click on Next, the items of work experiences are visible. Okay, it is much better. And the employer can view the education items well and read work experiences completely in new frame to check them. Okay, in this session, I downloaded number of images and I want to use these images in my project. The width and height of all these images are 168 by 168. And if you design resume for several clients, you can select the client's images in this way and change them to a frame and select auto layout and set the distance between them. In this case, every client who has been added to you, you can drag the image here and they will be easily placed next to each other. Okay, I rename the frame to people and place it here. I can crop the image to remove its extra parts. I can specify my desired dimensions in this way and finally press Enter. I change the width and height to 168 by 168. If the width and height are not the values I specified, like now, it is because of constraint proportions, which keeps the image aspect ratio. You are able not to use constraint proportions and specify the width and height here. Okay, I delete this image because I already cropped it. I select these 4 images and round them here. I select these 4 images and here, if I click on Create Component, all these 4 images change to a component that I don't want it to be like this. I want each image to be a component. So I click on Create Multiple Component. In this case, each of them changes to a component. I rename them. I can easily use this component, and in this case, I can delete my ellipse because I don't need it anymore. If I want to change my image, I select Component Image, and here I view the list of my component, which is in People folder. Why? Because I created a frame named People and my images are in People frame. So I can use these images and change them. As you see, I can select my desired image quickly. I do the same for here. I copy image 4 and place it in template. In this session, we accomplish creating resume. Something may be added to this course later, but up to here, you are able to create a resume for any job.